Alright, this one looks good. Okay. So, we are back in Shining Force. It is very late at night, but I have the energy to keep going, so I'm going to keep going. We have finally got our team leveled up and promoted, and able to continue on to the next part of the game. Alright, so we don't want to go to the shop, but we do want to go here. Open this chest. And let's go ahead and give that halberd to a centaur. Maybe Vankar's best. I remember Vankar had like worse attack, so he could use a little bit of help. Meet the dragon blue. Aaron came over from the previous town. Alright, but before we go, let's grab this chest. Shower of Cure. And I believe Chris already has one of those, so we're going to give this one to Lo. Arg. Blue joins the Shining Force. You shining fools. Yeah, she goes back. You better leave. You're in the way. Then the bad guy, there's Kane. Oh my god. Oh, oh. There we go. Ready for your last fight? Go back to your headquarters and get ready, then you'll meet your doom. So he's letting me go back to my headquarters. Go in here and leave. I really like this music. It's really exciting. Alright, we got 3 gargoyles atop. Some golems, master mages, high priest. Let's see anyone over here. We got Kane, high priest, some dual hymns. Okay. Try freeze. Try level 1 freeze. Okay. Normal. Normal damage against the gargoyles. Yeah, the lance is good. Dang, 41 damage. Oh my god. And he's a killer. Huh. That's weird. Almost one shot. Level 3. Speed by 2. The hero does not seem to be doing very good. Wow, the halberd is just stronger. Okay. Oh, it's only range 1 anyway, but... Okay. 22 damage. I gotta keep my team checkerboarded so they don't get drenched in magic attacks. This will be a kill for honor. I already made a mistake. It's just doing nothing. Only did 3. Thought for sure that would do more damage. You know what? I should have thrown the spear at the mage. That's what I should have done. Max HP before, that's not bad. A little more would have been better, but, you know, it's fine, I guess. Dang, look at Xylo. Oh, he shoots wolf heads. He's like from Altered Beast or something. Yeah, why not? Critical hit. That only did 8 though. Crit did 8. So a regular hit shouldn't do that much. Yeah, the regular hit does 5. Still kind of a lot. Attack 1, defense 2, speed 1, HP 2. Pretty solid level. Oh, he's like jerking around faster. He spins. That's funny. Keep the hero healthy. I could do a level 3 blaze. Got one of them. Horse. Mine for 10 and Con for 16. Or Nab, I should say. Nab for 16. Jesus. I'll move Nab back over here and in this mage's life. Yeah, I think a mage or a blaze 2 should end both of these guys. Oh, she doesn't have her staff. Why doesn't she want her staff? Then 7. Speed 2, HP 3, MP 1. Freeze is 4. That's 7. It's crazy. Missed. Alright. Heal May, and then I'll use Chris to heal Nab. Another miss. This is crazy. This is actually ridiculous. The wolf heads don't miss. Okay, Kokichi. Do your spin. Also missed! Oh my god, this is nuts. He didn't even heal himself. Oh, he doesn't need to. No, he was a 5 HP. He could have healed himself. Oh my god, they did a lot of damage. Holy crap. Holy carp. Get him. Take his ass out. Defense 3, speed 4, HP 4. Xylo, you need your HP back, bro. I'm knocking on death's door right now. She's got the staff. think it was Henri who didn't have it. Gotta kill this guy now. This is like it's a variation of the battle music, is what this is. Alright, mage is dead. Good news for me. Only 2 points of damage. Yeah, these dual hands are scary, man. Oh, we moved. This is bad. Ah. 36. That is rough. It's tanky. No. Gosh dang it. Hold on. Okay, we're back. I think I do want to take out the High Priest. Or try. One, tossing out any healing spells. HP by 6. And the levels here are kind of weird, man. The evasion on this fucking priest, dude. Flippin' nut. That was good damage. That was excellent damage. Good job, Janker. You did it. I'll heal this all over. A little pop up. Let's go, May. Let's go. Uh-oh. Stylo, don't die in one hit, please. Good job. Good job, buddy. Hey, Vankar. You live this. Oh. Guess I do want to hit him more, huh? Oh, it's the same MP, huh? That's kind of cool. Yeah, I want to hit the High Priest more, so. Come on, Amon. Dodge. Ooh. 44 damage. So much damage. Can I kill the priest here? Thank you. Thank Gordonus. I cannot put Nab in danger. I cannot put Nab in the way of this beast running around. Kill his dual hand. Attack 2, defense 6. Speed 2. Okay, we got defense 6 on that. Sure is nice. He's actually got a chance of living a Kain attack, I think. That defense 6 boost? Seems really nice. Three damage. I mean, he's not gonna live a hit no matter what. If Kain hits him, he's dead. Xylo is just gonna evaporate into dust. Oh, that was cool. Didn't do a lot of damage, but it was cool looking. Okay, Gong, you're not living this. Oh, what? Instant death. That's crazy. Alright, that's good damage. Gosh, you can hit him from far away. Go freeze level 4. Dang, 35 damage. That's crazy. Who needs health? I don't think it really matters who gets health. I guess I'll give it to May. Yeah, quickness is probably a better investment than health is right now. I mean, he's already almost dead, so if Tal gets a turn, he's for sure dead. Oh, Xylo's gonna get the kill, really? He missed! Dang it, Xylo. Man. I'm gonna try to keep him alive, I guess. Come on, Xylo, you can do it, buddy. You can stay alive. Quick only gets 1 experience per cast. so bad. Oh, and he crits him. Didn't even level up. My mask is breaking. Dark Soul masked my face to control me. Who is this guy? My brother? Seems the Dark Soul's behind all the evil, but stop him and at all ends. Take another look at this village. Check the shrine again. Oh, I mean... Is there a cathedral? A church? I sure could use some revival. I lost a lot of units. Is this broken? Oh, a broadsword. Look at that. I did not realize that was there. Alright, I will definitely put that on. Oh, anyway, if I get into a fight, it doesn't really matter. Huh. Oh, there's Can. So he's a good guy. But who is he? Is this a treasure chest or something? Get out now. You'll only be destroyed if you stay. He's gone. So am I going back to Rindo? Is that what I need to do? Oh, I'm blocked. Okay, I gotta talk to Karen then. Alright, machine here. What are these? Healing seed? And holy stuff. I don't think I need the holy stuff, but I guess I can sell it. Okay, so I need to talk to Karen now. Karen? Okay. So her sister, the other one was over here, right? No, not here. Was it up here? Oh yeah, in this room, that's right. Sure, why not? I did not get the mega. Okay. So now I go back to Karen. Okay. Was this the... yeah. Let's revive our units real fast. Alright, I guess I could sell some stuff real fast. Sell the healing seed, don't need that. Don't need the chrome lance for him. Don't need the steel sword. I guess the holy staff is important. I thought they already had holy staffs, but I guess not. They have guardian staffs. Okay. I don't know what the holy staff does, but it's more powerful. Nothing else to sell. The last thing I'm gonna do, come in here and change up my theme. Take 10. Even May behind. Ernest. Leave behind Pele. Take Luke. Find Vankar. Oh my god, dude. Freaking earphones. Alright. Let's replace. We want guns. Leave. Why not? I mean, where's blue? 9 dragon. We won't be using Joker, by the way. Joker's a joke character. And Hans, Balbroy. And with that, I'm gonna save my game and call it quits because it is pretty late. Okay. Alright, that's it for now. Alright, let's get on with it, right? So our team is leveled. Everything is good. Wait, is this right? Did I already do this? Oh, okay. Yeah. We're good. Okay. Got some gargoyles. We got... What are these things? Belials. They have bolt. Got some Belials. We got this skull face. Who is this? Bow Rider? Salt Shell. Golems and Master Mages and whatnot. Salt Shell. Okay. Nothing to it but to do it. Man, this map is huge. And the terrain is just balls, man. So much forest and mountain. This is gonna be a nightmare to get through. Can I go left from here? No. 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 No, I can't. I have to go right, down, right, and around all the way and left. Oh, I can hit him. And a miss. It's a great start. Oh, what's he doing? What is this? Blaze? Muddle. What does Muddle do? It looks like confusion, but it might just be like stun. Fucking animation. The spinning, man. The spinning is just funny. It's just too funny. Man, Gong went to level 20. And he only got healed. Which is kind of ridiculous. He's a magic class. He's supposed to have magic. Arthur, on the other hand, who isn't supposed to have magic. Maybe Muddle's silence. Anyway, Arthur, who isn't supposed to have magic, he's a knight. Ended up with 2 spells. That's 1 more spell than Gong did. So I'm hoping Gong gets another spell at some point. Just because if he only had a single spell, that would be kind of weird. Okay, I need to be careful because... these Belials have Bolt. I need to not group my team so as to prevent the boltoning of my people. I guess I'll just go here. I need to checkerboard my formation. Using the technical term. Oh, no. See, here we go. Here's the problem. So I don't have my team set up correctly. cast Muddle again. So, does Muddle silence? It doesn't seem to affect Nab. Like, he's muddled, but it doesn't really seem to do anything. So it might just be magic. But I don't want to. I don't want to test it out on Egris. Seems to be normal. Attack increased by 2, defense 3, speed 9, HP 2. Man, these level ups are wild. Much bigger than like Shining Force CD levels. Yeah, Bolt hurts. Bolt hurts a lot. I don't want to get hit by Bolt. Xylo does not have a lot of HP. Speed 1, HP 4. Okay. Well, starting to work towards correcting that, I guess. Okay, here's Kokichi. Try to end this guy's life. Miss. I hate missing so much. I really do. I should have moved to his right side. Ken's pretty strong, actually. Ken does some decent damage. Is there anyone that needs help? I don't think so. Nope, that is not what I wanted. No, nobody needs help. So I'm just gonna put low here. Come on, Luke. Yeah, boy. Alright, I need more mages to get some turns. Come on, Tal. Come on, Anri. Get those turns. Take care of that Belial. Uh-oh. This is not good. Ouch. 12 damage. You know what the crazy thing is that I... Yeah, I'll use the level 1. I, like, grinded my team. Defense 3, speed 8. HP 2, MP 3. And they're still taking all kinds of crazy damage from these enemies. Which is wild. Oh, one shot. Those things hit hard, but man, they're frail. Yeah, so if you didn't grind, this might have been actually difficult. Like, really difficult. I'm assuming, because I got all those levels I did grind ended up being stats, you know? So Xylo needs some help. Yeah, his fucking wolf head thing is just like so weird to me. Uh-oh. That's not good. Can I get on the other side? No. Okay. This will have to do. Pretty good damage. Pretty good damage from Kokichi. Goes after Nab. I want to call him Sean. My name's Sean, by the way. Yeah, that's what I thought. Bolton the hero. How much MP do they have? How many times can they use Bolt? Quite a bit, actually. They have 35 MP, which is nuts. I am going to fight the bullet and do an expensive heal spell. I swear to God, if this Belial gets another turn before I get mine, I'm about to lose my shit. Oh, double attack. Eat shit. There you go. Attack 2, defense 6, speed 7, speed 2. Alright, we're getting somewhere now. Hero's starting with a lot more hero. Yeah, this is going to be the entire map. Me just inching forward. Oh boy. Wow, didn't even attack. God, this is so painful. Oh. Ignored the hero. Or ignored Kokichi, huh? Oh, he healed himself. Okay. Well, at least we'll keep him out of the fight. Make him use his MP. And the golems are still giving me 33 experience. On partial, just on like regular hits. I wonder what's the intended level they wanted you to be at? Or not the intended, but like the predicted level. For a person playing who wasn't like grinding. Oh yeah. Only 1 damage now. That's what we like to see. Oh, double hit. Defense 1, speed 2. Not a great level. Okay, guns. Dang, guns look so cool. Oh, he's got wheels. That's pretty cool. Let's bring Nab up so we can possibly lure these mages up. Oh, they only move 2 spaces. That's why. Man. They are not moving that much. It's like, oh yeah, they can't. Oh, here comes the Belial. That's not good. I don't know if I can even checkerboard in this situation. Checkerboarding might be nearly impossible in this scenario. So funny. Kind of looks like a Rickdon or something like that, like a silver Rickdon. Did he? He could have. He just didn't. Interesting. That mage could have thrown a spell, but he just did not do it. And I don't know why. Wolf head attack. Oh. Duh. Wolfang fist. Hey guys. The Wolfang fist attack. Alright, you know what? I'm probably gonna get bolted. Probably gonna get double bolted here. But I don't care. It is what it is. Yep. There's the double bolt. Can I read? No. Oh, yes, I can. I was saying, no, I can't. Just barely. Then 6, speed 3, HP 1, MP 2. Not bad. Chris could use more MP. Just saying. She has aura, but she can only cast it like 3 times in a single fight, which is kind of low. But she is low level, so you know, hopefully she'll be MP'd up later on. Defense 4, speed 3 was good. Okay, Xylo, get this kill. Wolfgang Fist. So all of the Belials are gone. They's all gone. Yeah, see, and there's no hidden enemies. It's just shit terrain everywhere. Attack Nab. Do it. Do it. Okay, Gantz. Guns. Sorry. Alright, level 2. Speed 3. HP 3. He does need more HP though. I feel like most of my guys have low HP. I'm also waiting on the hero to get another spell. When am I going to get a spell? Am I just forever Egress? Just constantly? I don't get Bolt? Usually the heroes get Bolt. As far as I know. Could be wrong. Speed 4, HP 3. Seems to be getting a lot of speed. And I don't know why. Oh, he moved. Oh. And then that one comes up and casts the spell. Okay. Please, too. Egad. kill. Not quite a kill. Okay, Nab, don't miss. Thank you. Level 6, attack 1, speed 1, HP 1. I'll take any attack boost I can get. Lowe's level 2. Chris is level 3. And Gong is level 1, so maybe let Gong handle this healing. Oh, double hit. Let's go, Guns. Guns out here doing some heavy lifting. Alright, we're getting there. That might have accidentally put Guns in range of the Bow Rider. Just for him to miss that priest. Yep. Okay, Guns, you got lots of defense. You're a mech. Oh! Well, that was a mistake on my part. Oh, one shot. 29 damage. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, get this Bow Rider, Guns. Get him. That's what I'm talking about. My big boy Guns. Attack 1, defense 8, speed 4. That defense 8 would have been really useful last turn. That's a good amount of defense though. You must enter the castle and get it. With that legendary weapon, you stand a much better chance against Dark Soul. Go in there and get it. Immediately thrown into another fight. Take it if you dare. Powerful wizardess. Let's check her out. See what she's got. Those sleeves. Alright, so she owns Bolt 1 and 2. 65 HP, which is not that much. And question mark MP, which is concerning. This castle. Chest, got a lot of chests. So we got 4 Master Mages, a Priest, we got 3 Belials, we got 3 Gargoyles, 3 Bow Riders, and then Michaela. Oh, where'd Michaela go? Oh, Michaela and 2 Duelahans. Okay, well, I am going to Egris out. All the way back here. Okay. Nope, this is not the right way. Where's my... Oh, there it is. I'm gonna take Diane. And Luke. Hans. Guns. Take Bulberoi. And Kokichi. And I have Xylo. Okay, I'm taking Xylo then. Okay. I just keep seeming to end up back here. Okay, let's go. Let's go fight Michaela. Michaela. Fetch. How dare she hoard the Sword of Light? I am the Shining Force. That is rightfully my sword. I am the hero of Force. Alright, so... could go left. Could also go right. No, I cannot go right. I can go straight. That seems like a death. That seems like a death wish. The gargoyles. Oh, it put Nab to sleep. Fucker. What in this hole? Come on, Ernest. Get a kill, get some experience. Missed! Oh my god. I hate missing so much. I don't know why, but in Shining Force games, missing is like... it elicits like a visceral reaction from me. It makes my stomach hurt. I hate missing so much in these games. Oh my god, I thought for sure I was gonna miss. might be able to. If I put Bulbaroy over there, he's gonna get shot like a bajillion times. What? Oh, he's not holding a weapon. Hmm. I am a brilliant strategist. Fucking myth. Hey, Nab woke up. Still Blaze. Blaze 2. So one of them should die. Hey, freeze kill. Cool. Attack 3, defense 3, speed 7, MP 3. MP 3. If I go through the middle, that'll... Can they hit me from the middle? 1, 2, 3? Yeah, they can. They can get me from, like, right here. I can go up the middle from the left side, actually. If I don't go up the right side, though. That might have triggered the Belials. Oh, that triggered. Okay. Out. That was painful. Okay, so the Doolahans follow Michelle. Oh god, nope, Xyla's dead. Dodge or die. 5 Ds of dodge. Dodge, dodge, dip, dive, and dodge. You can dodge an assault shell, or you can dodge a ball. I don't know why. Man, I used to watch. I mean, I know why. Dodgeball's a funny movie. Man, I used to watch that all the time. I watch Dodgeball constantly. Patches O'Houlihan. That's right. Like young Patches. He's got like that pencil mustache. Let's get my healers out of range of the assault shell wielding bow riders. There we go. This is what I want. Get some damage on these bow riders. Yeah, boy. They squishy. Still no level. Ernest, you are slacking, my bro. Oh, you know what? I can attack him. Bulbaroy. I forgot to put up. I'm an idiot. I can still shoot him with Diane. Thank God that was like God, that happened. I need to equip Bulbaroy. I need to equip Bulbaroy. Okay, here goes Ken. Attack 3, defense 3. That was solid. That was good. I like that. I like that. Did someone need... I mean, I think they just attacked Xylo, right? And then they just died. So, I don't think anyone needs healing. Equip Bulbaroy. Don't forget to equip Bulbaroy. I need to remember. Never forget. Man, I drink a Pepsi and oh my god. It's giving me crazy heartburn. Okay, we got... So how far do these guys move? 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. So right here is like where I'm gonna get hit. So I'm gonna put my guy here. Try and draw them out. And from that spot, I can checkerboard. That's good. Oh, I'm like checkerboarded all the way back down the staircase. Okay, I don't think I need to ping back that much, honestly. Yeah, Nav has a lot of HP, so that is definitely a boon. It's a bonus. They're not taking the bait though. I just go in and start swinging. Is that what I do? Maybe that's what I do. And does a lot of damage. They just go in swinging a big old cock and balls. Come on, Ernest. There we go. Attack 1. The defense 4 is good. Speed 2, HP 2. Defense 4 is nice. Okay. Hans is getting this kill. 2 mages down. I only have to worry about 2 spells now, which is good. 2 spells is not going to kill anybody. Nobody. Also, this game has like weird AI pattern stuff, like boundaries and stuff set up on the map where if you cross this point then enemies attack you, because a bunch of enemies just do not attack you if you're in range. They only attack you if you reach a certain spot on the map, which is not normal for Shining Force. Typically Shining Force games, the enemies, if you're in range of them, they will just swarm you. Yeah, there's 2 spells on Nab. Nab's fine. He's okay. Freeze 2s are not doing that much damage to him. Oh, uh-oh. That is bad. I gotta get rid of this guy. Nope. Not what I wanted to do. I forgot to equip Bulbaroy. I need to equip Bulbaroy. I need to. wizard down. Mage, whatever. That Belial's gonna be a problem. I gotta attack him with Bulbaroy and possibly Diane and Hans. There we go. Equipping the sword. Master at the game. Didn't matter, he missed. I knew he was gonna miss. Flippin' nude it. I done did note it. Okay, Hans will hit though. Yeah. Diane's gonna hit too. Dong's gonna punch this wizard in the face. Oh, it's already does like that crazy King of Fighters punch, geyser punch. Okay, Diane get the kill. Thank you. Only 9 damage. Wow. Attack 1, speed 2. Yeah, well, the attack one up was good. I like the attack going up. Ken's a sturdy boy. Oh my god, he's frail. Holy crap, that did a lot of damage. Please do not kill Ken. Oh, he's at 10. I think I can kill if I use the Blaze 3. I can't have him turning around and hitting Ken with a freeze too. I already lost Xylo, I don't want to lose Ken. Okay. Don't put me to sleep. Uses the demon smile? But nothing happens. What does that attack do? What does that even do? Cool. I was about to be mad, man. It's like Bulbaroy doesn't have a freaking sword and he lands every attack. But then when he has a sword, he misses. So I was kind of bracing myself for that. All right, second Belial down. Yeah, you know, I could put Ken next to Nab, and then Chris can get some sweet aura action on that. Trying to draw the last Belial out. Got 5 targets, only 2 of them need healing, so. Wow, didn't go in for an attack or anything. I don't know if... I doubt a regular unit could stand on that fire, but just in case. No, cannot. Very nice. Speed 5, HP 5. Pretty good. Health is nice. Health is like the defense against magic. Oh, he is not fully healthified. Oh, Ken gets to go again. Okay. Well, he might miss. Okay, you got it. I'll take it. So I'm assuming Michaela is not going to move, which might be stupid, but that's what I'm assuming. Trying to get this one Dualahan to move, but he's not going. Just ain't doing it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He can definitely reach. He's just not going. So I'm going to assume that Michaela's not moving. If that is true, then I am safe right here. I'm safe from her right here. Attack 2, defense 5, speed 2, HP 9. Wow. Very nice. He doesn't move. Look at that. He does not move. We are all good in the hood. That did not do a lot of damage. That's dangerous. One damage, watch this. 5 damage, still not that bad. Oh, that is messed up, dude. So, if Michaela's not... Ooh, that's bad. Okay, so Michaela can absolutely cast Bolt at that range. But it only hit 2 of us, so... Not terrible. I should absolutely start attacking Michaela. So that does a single target. That's double with extra range. These are not good. So I'll use Bolt. 96 damage. No. It needs healing. It's like, as much as I want to go in on like the all damage plan, I have healers, I need to use them. Like, they're there for a reason. right, the Dualahan's still there. Get rid of that guy. 1 point of damage. Oh, he moved. Double hit on that. Single point of damage. Man, some of these characters are just little weenies. That was it. That's where I need to stand to. Just 8 MP. I'll take that. Big Blaze. Big boy Blaze. Attack 2, defense 2, speed 8, 62 MP 4. I need to get him out of there. Oh, she can reach from here. This is actually priest 10 MP, I mean. Priest 4. Alright, 22 damage. That's good. Chunking her down. Oh, it's gonna hit so many characters. Chris, Low, and Dawn. All of my healers and Bulveroy. Let's kill this Dualahan, please. I missed, dude. I think I'm gonna chill. No. I'm going to heal Nab. I don't like Nab being at low HP. You know what low kind of looks like? Attack 2, defense 2, speed 6, HP 4. He kind of looks like Impa from Tears of the Kingdom, actually. How much does Diane do to Michaela? 2 damage. Not a lot, but not as bad as Dualahan. He definitely needs to chill for a bit. Let's kill the Dualahan, please. Thank you. Attack 4, speed 5, HP 1. This is what I want. This is what I wanted, was the aura spell. Hey Hans, what are you doing with your attack? You miss. Oh, that's cool. Love that. Ken, both of my archers in earnest. Although the archers really aren't doing much, being honest. My mages are really holding down the fort right now. Oh, this might kill, actually. There we go. Mages did it. Dark Dragon will be set free. Okay. Uh-oh. Am I soft locked? Probably not, right? I'm assuming I can leave and come back. I got two items, so. There's a black ring, which I'm pretty sure is cursed. That is a thing in these games. You get like cursed equipment that'll do bad stuff to you if you put it on. And you know, if the black ring sounds evil, then it is. You're correct. It is very much evil. That's Domingo. Get the shower cure. To Gong. Where's Gong? Gong. There you go. There you go, bud. There's a white ring. White ring is more than likely safe. Let's see what it does though. Increases defense. I think Xylo probably needs the most defense, huh? Give him that ring. Dead end. There's a power potion. I will drink that right now. Attack 1. Not the best use of a power potion, but it's fine. Yeah, I did that so I could take all my allies off the map. Because that chest up there at the top is what I need to finish the level. And I had a character in front of it. Evil ring, yeah, if you think the black ring was bad, then the evil ring is definitely bad. And the healing seed's probably gonna get sold. That's it. The evil ring to Gort. Gort. So if you equip a cursed item, typically you need to go to a priest and be uncursed. I discover a sword of light. Shining Force hurries on to prompt. Yes, I would like that. Hoping that they had come in time. Okay, well, I'm going to equip the Sword of Light. Oh my, the damage increase. That suck. Alright. Well, I am super brilliant. I just deleted the video that I'd made last time, so I've got to do this and the fight again. The next fight I already completed once I did all this, and I just got to do it again because I deleted the video that I had. It's fantastic. Oh, okay. Let's go to sell. Sell healing seed. The evil ring. As well as the heat axe. Just for right now, let's go ahead and place those. We need a holy staff and a soul stone. some swords. So these guardians guys. Oh shit. Sold the wrong things. Gosh dang it. Oh well, it doesn't really matter. I don't need guardian staves for my mages. They use magic anyway. Doesn't really matter. I'm gonna sell these arrows. And the swords. Anything else? Any other kind of ring or anything? Black ring, definitely. Okay. I'm gonna give this broadsword to one of the birds. Doesn't really matter who. Buy one for the other one. And buy some bolt shells. So Lyle can't put it on. So I'm assuming Lyle can get upgraded. But I'm not using that. My team's already promoted, I'm not using Lyle. And then the Holy Staff. I'm gonna put on... Yeah, Cal and Honor can't use it. I sold their staff, but it's not that big a deal. Okay, let's go ahead and make sure everyone's equipped, because I have a problem remembering to equip everyone. You know, this game actually has a lot more levels than, like, Shining Force CD, I think. I mean, Shining Force CD was two stories together, so that kind of, like, makes up for it. But I think this game is just longer than Book 1 or Book 2. Which, I mean, also makes sense, because Book 1 and 2 were just remakes of, Game Gear games. So, like, canonically, or I guess it would be chronologically. Chronologically, I think the order is Shining Force 1, then Shining Force Gaiden 3, then Shining Force 2, then Shining Force CD. I think is the correct chronological order. Alright, so I'm gonna take May and leave Ken. LA, and leave Ernest. Is there anyone else to leave? No, everyone else. Leave Ernest. Alright, now let's go to... Yeah, here. This is the priest. I believe Xylo's dead. I deleted the video too. I was literally like checking the video for where I'd left off, because it's been a couple of days since I played this, and I don't know what I was thinking. I went to close. I went to close the web player, not the web player, the video player, the media player. That's what media player. That's what I want to say. And I hit delete, and then it was like asking me if I wanted to permanently delete it. I think because my hard drive was too full or something, or the file was too big or whatever. And then I just hit yes. I don't know why. I didn't even think about it. I just hit yes, and then I was like, oh shit. Yeah, so I lost the video. Now I gotta play this again. Trouble's happening down at the tower. Talk to the king, and you're like, hey, I got out of jail. And he's like, can you help? The fuck? It's all to you now, man. Yeah, he doesn't give a shit that I broke out of his prison. He just like sitting there. I need help, and you can help. And hey, Kane's here. And Kane and the king are best buds. Gotta leave. Kane is like, let Nab go to the tower. He can save us. He's like, okay. If Kane says you're cool, then you're cool with me. And there we go. We got permission to go to the tower. I mean, first we're gonna have to fight our way through the outside of the town, and it is rough. The terrain is not good. So, also our team is, despite all the grinding we did, our team is actually pretty underleveled. Is it here? No. We do not. Well, here's a note for Musashi the Samurai. So we have another guy on our team now, but he's level 8, so I'm not going to use him. Our team is actually kind of underleveled. They underperform. Where am I going? Down right? Hold on, I'm currently lost. I think I have to go down to the right to get out of here. Oh my god, please. Okay, there we go. So, not this fight. This fight, I'm going to try to get done as quickly as I can. But the next fight, I'm going to try to grind a little bit on. Which, the grinding should be much easier, because my team will be gaining much more experience for kills. And it's not like I'm not trying to like hit a level. I'm trying to level up until my experience gains slow down, essentially. Because even right now, Nab, my hero is like level 7, I think. Yeah, he's level 7, and even he's still taking like massive damage from enemies. He can one-shot some of the weaker ones, but he still takes like 5, 6, 7, 8 damage from enemies. I mean, they're not like wildly underleveled, I guess. they just really don't do as much as they're not exactly on par. I basically win these fights because I'm a human player and I know how to what do I want to say? Not manipulate. Yeah, manipulate. I know how to manipulate the AI a little bit. Do that? I mean, it's the same. I'll just blaze 4, I guess. 8 MP. $35 damage. See, I don't want to get a huge group of my team bolted. So, I know that the enemies are going to try to target Nab the hero. So, I'm trying to keep him away from my main force. I don't mind if like 1 or 2 other characters get bolted, but I really don't want to have to deal with healing 5 units. See, as you can see, this is just awful. This terrain is ridiculous. We'll think this. Oh, level up. Attack 4, defense 4, speed 3, HP 1. Attack 4, defense 4 is really, really nice. Yep, there we go. That's what I thought. But, on the other hand, Nab does have the Sword of Light. And that thing is a beast. Come on, Pele. Attack 3, defense 4, HP 3. Very nice level. So far, both of the levels I've gotten have been really, really good. Man, she only has 29 MP. That is nuts. And I'm not looking forward to the next couple of weeks. I got 2 weeks coming up where, so at the end of the 2 weeks, so 3 weeks from now, my job is going into the big vacation because I'm a teacher. So when the public schools go on break, we go on break because we just follow the public school schedule essentially. So I'm gonna have, it's usually like 18 days off. Oh, does no damage. So I'm gonna have probably about 18 days off. And Albury might be dead. Ooh, evade. So, 18 days off is a big chunk of time off, paid vacation. And, so to kind of make up for that, because, essentially we're getting paid to do nothing for 3 weeks, almost 3 weeks. And to make up for that, the 2 weeks before and the 2 weeks after the vacation, we have to work an extra day of the week, and it's the busy days. So like, typically Saturday, Sunday are the busy days for our work. So, like my days off are Thursday, Friday. So the first week, my Thursday, my day off, is going to be an extra Saturday class that I have to do. So like on Thursday I'll go to my Saturday school, and then on Saturday I'll also go to my Saturday school to help make up the, I don't know, it's basically like, I don't know, it doesn't, speed 5. It doesn't really make that much sense to me, because if the goal is to pump out extra work to make up for the paid vacation aspect, that doesn't make sense. Because like we have to do the extra classes and we get paid for the extra classes too. So it's not like we're doing those classes for free. We're doing the classes and we're getting paid for them. And then we're also getting paid for the vacation. I don't know. I don't know why, but that's the way we do it. I'm assuming it's got to do something with like the kids need to get a certain number of classes done within a time period, and that's just the way that it goes. Like, we have to do the time crunch before and after to keep the classes on par with the public schools or something, is what I'm assuming. So. Oh, Xylo. No, he's attacking Hans. Does Hans just eat shit here? No. Okay. Oh, he does if he gets double hit, though. There goes Hans. I wonder if I can kill the Blaze 4. Might as well try, right? Oh my god. Blaze 4 is so strong. Speed 2. An underwhelming level, to say the least. How do I... No, not that. Is there no way to, Oh, there we go. I know in the Shining Force CD, there's a way you can, dang it, I pushed the wrong button. Where you can, there's a button you can push that flips the boxes between the top of the screen and the bottom of the screen. So when there's a box covering part of the map you need to see, you can just push that button and flip it. And you flip it back whenever you want. Keep pushing X. So, yeah, that's these next 2 weeks coming up. I'm gonna be working. I'm only gonna have one day off during the week, but you know, it's not a big deal, not a huge deal, but it is more than normal, and therefore it makes me tired. You know, it's funny how that works. It's like I'm definitely not. I'm not working like 60-hour weeks or anything, so it's not crazy. I was working 60-hour weeks in Japan. I was working like 14-hour shifts in Japan at a factory. So like this is, you know, just doing a regular, you know, full-time week is like nothing compared to that. Plus, the job I had in Japan was physical. I was lifting up like heavy boxes and cooking like massive amounts of food. This is a little. I still move around a lot to keep the kids entertained, you know, like play games with them and stuff, but I don't really do any heavy lifting. So I think it's the mental aspect of it. Like, being around kids is exhausting, man. And my job is to not only be around them, I can't just ignore them. I have to be around them and entertain them, you know? So it is rough. It's so tiring. Yeah, so I'm gonna be doing. Oh, I was saying it's funny how even if you're not like overworked, even if you've done a job before that was more demanding, it's kind of interesting how you can still get tired from more than your normal. Because I worked a tough job in Japan, man. I work long hours. And I remember the first year I came here to start teaching, I was like, yeah, give me extra classes. I'll do whatever. Like I used to put in, 14-hour shifts. I can deal with this. This is nothing. And it was true. I was not feeling any kind of fatigue at all for like the first year. But now, man, I've been here for a couple of years, and Defense Mag MP is 3. Okay. Yeah, I've been here for a couple of years, and my God, dude, just that one that like I have to work an extra Saturday. So on Thursday I'm gonna have 6 more classes. Just that is like, just thinking about it is making me exhausted. Nab needs help. I need to get rid of this wyvern, dude. There's so many enemies I need to kill. Kill wyvern. Wyvern's a huge problem. I don't know why, but for some reason I thought this Dullahan had like 2 HP. That might be the one up the top. That was the one. He's dead. Bulbaroy is almost certainly dead now. He didn't miss. He's like essentially useless anyway, so. Yeah. And then after the vacation, when I come back, it's gonna be 2 weeks of 6-day work weeks. It's like I told my wife, man, it's like I would trade... it's like I would trade those 18 days, I would trade like... I'd take half of the vacation time. I'd only want 9 days off. If it meant I could not have to work those 6-day weeks. I don't have a problem working, but man, I love my days off. I love my days off so much. I hate the thought of having to only have 1 day off a week. And the worst part is it's like Saturday into Saturday, and then Saturday into Sunday. It's like I work Saturday, which is my second biggest day. Then I have 1 day off, and then I have to go back into work on Saturday. It's just like beyond tiring. It'd be different if, I could work a Monday. Monday I've only got 3 classes on Monday. But no, man, I gotta do a Saturday. And because of the spacing of the time of the classes, like Monday, I go into work at 5 and get out at 9. But Saturday, because of the spacing of the classes and the time frame, I go in at, when I say 5 to 9, I mean 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Monday. On Saturday, I go in at 9:30 a.m. and I don't get out until like 7 p.m. No, 6:30 p.m. 1, defense 2, speed 1, speed 3. Okay. Not a great level, but solid. Gong getting his healing in. Oh, he leveled up. Attack 4, defense 1, MP 3. I think he was gonna get MP. Right, may need some health. I'll drop a huge big old healing spell. I forgot to give the white ring to a character. First level, attack 2, defense 9, speed 2, HP 2, MP 2. Defense 9 is crazy. I was about to get his ass rocked. Half his health right there. There's actually not that many enemies here. Is that a 13-point increase? That can't be right. 14? 14 HP? Attack 3. HP 14, oh my god. That's nutty. SMP. Wolfgang Fist. Dang, almost killed. Alright, I can do this. I can get this kill. I only need to do 1 damage. Oh, that's not good. Okay, he did. Ooh, I don't like the look of that weapon. That Minotaur weapon? I'm not gonna say what I think it looks like, but it kinda looks like something. Oh my god. Critical hit for 58. Jesus Christ. Attack 3, defense 3. Okay. Attack and defense 3 is good. That is solid levels. Heals Zyla with low, and then Chris can get nabbed. Is the hero's name Nick or Max? It's Nick, right? I think the hero for this game is Nick. Shining Force 1's Nick, 2 is Bowen, and then CD is Max, and then another guy. I don't remember what Book 2's hero's name is. Can't remember. She needs healing just because she leveled up so hard. Threw her HP all out of whack. Oh, that was nice. Going after Nab, huh? Ouch! If that wyvern goes after Nab and does fire breath on him and he's dead, I swear to God. Gotta kill this wyvern. Gotta kill him now. Nice. Very nice. Attack 1, defense 5, speed 2, HP 1. Another wyvern down. Going to punch this robot in the eye. Don't need to attack with Nab. Nab is already a pretty decent level, so I don't need to attack with him. Come on, Henry. Get in there. He's got one more torch eye. I wish May did more damage. I wish a lot of my units did more damage. And things are just gonna get tougher. You know, I do kind of miss is Shining Force CD had difficulties. And I kind of wish this game had difficulties too. Like difficulty modes, I should say. Who needed help? Sean, or Nab needs help. But he's gonna get healed by Chris. I'll just wait. Nice 10 damage. 10 damage. You can heal her with Dong. He can reach. Nice. And there's so many. There's like videos that I need to do. There's games I need to play. I mean, I don't need to do anything, right? I don't really have any viewers that much. I have a couple subscribers. I have a handful of subscribers. I don't know how much they follow my videos, but I'm not big enough to where I feel the need that I need to do stuff. But for me, you know, I need to make some videos. I need to make Code Veronica. I need to do Final Fantasy VII Intergrade and Rebirth. Oh, wait a minute. I believe this was the Evil Lance? Devil Lance. Yeah. Probably not going to use that. What's this? Turbo Pepper. Turbo Peeper. Gotta use him on that. Makes his movement go up. Alright, here we are. Stop them, Lord Dark Soul must not be disturbed. Okay, so this is the fight I'm gonna use to try to level up my characters. So I'm torn, right? I just did FF7 Remake. I need to do Rebirth and Intergrade before Part 3 comes out. And then also in September, the new Fire Emblem game's coming out. So, like, when that game comes out, I'm going to be playing that. Because I've been waiting for that game for a while. But, like, there's so many games I want to play. Like, Shining Force was a game that I want to play. That I really, really want to play. Because I did the original 7, and then I did 7 Remake. And I love those games, but I like, after playing through all of Remake, I don't really want to play Integrate and Rebirth, like, right after. You know? I want to take a break from that kind of action. I did the original Zelda's first quest. I'm working on the second quest right now. Mapping out how I want to do my run of it. But then, like, I want to play Pokemon. Yeah, I love, you know, pre-3D Pokemon games, and then in 3D, I kind of like XY Sun Moon. Nah, I'm really not big into, like, Scarlet, Violet, and Sword and Shield. I'm not, like, too into those games. But I do have them. I did beat them. Or, like, Legends Arceus. I have that, too. I beat it. But that game, like... That game is barely a Pokemon game. It's more like... It's more just focusing on collection. There's, like, no battling in it. The battling is laughable because of how easy it is. But anyway, like, Pokemon games, then there's... I wanted to, like... I was, like, this close to booting up the old Game Boy Harvest Moon and doing a video on that. Because that game, I can get everything done in that game, like, really quickly. Then I've got the other games in the Project Crossstone series that I want to play. There's the original Dot Hack games for the PS2 that I want to play. I played those games, like, a ton when I was in high school. Or, no, middle school, maybe. I was either in high school or middle school, but I played those games a bunch. Yeah, there's just... I gotta do the other Final Fantasy games. I got 1 through 10-2 at least. I don't know if I'm gonna... I don't quite know if I'm gonna be doing 12 and up. I have 13 and 13-2 and Lightning Returns. But I don't know if I don't really know if I want to play them right now. Eventually, maybe. Then I've got a bunch of, like, backlog games that I haven't played. I've got, like, a bunch of classic RPGs like Xenogears and Legend of Legaia and Legend of Dragoon. So, Shadow Hearts, Persona 3 through 5. I don't know if I'll be doing Persona 1 and 2. I tried playing Persona 1 and 2. Back in the day at a friend's house. And I was like, holy crap, this game is not easy to understand. I had such a hard time understanding the game. But on the other hand, I was also much younger. So, I wasn't a child, but I was, you know, I was like 16, I think. So, yeah, there's just, like, so much that I want to do. And, like, for Pokemon, I don't typically play the games normally. I usually play them with, you know, hardcore Nuzlocke rules. And what I wanted to do, because Nuzlocking is cool, but once you do it enough, you kind of realize that, yeah, everything's random, right? But every Nuzlocke run that gets off the ground and doesn't, you know, die out in the first like 20% of the game, by the time you hit mid-game, because you get so many encounters and TMs and stuff, every team looks basically the same. You got, you know, Gyarados, you got your Snorlaxes, your Tyrannitars, Metagrosses, any kind of legendary you can get your hands on. It really just kind of doesn't really matter that much. Even with all the randomization, you're still not using 90% of the Pokemon. Unless you like massively royally screw up and then you lose you lose Pokemon and then you have to like sub in weird picks that you would never use normally. And then they're eventually, you know, they're replaced instantly when you catch something better. So what I was gonna do was play with hardcore rules, where with level caps and no items, and try to pick 6 random Pokemon to beat a given game with. So like Pokemon Red, and then I put 6 random Pokemon into the randomizer and try to beat the game with those 6 Pokemon. And then I was thinking, instead of having to catch them, maybe I could just gen them in with like PK Hex. It's a program you can edit save files. So basically you load up the game, start it, save your game, turn off the game, load it up into PK Hex, and then you can like mess around with the data in the save file. So you could like gen in 6 Mews in your team. And to help keep like authenticity, they have buttons essentially in the interface where you could like put into the program, I want to generate, for example, a Charmander, Squirtle, and a Bulbasaur into my team. So I have all 3 starters at the beginning of the game. And then there's a button you can hit that randomizes their stats, like as if you caught a wild one. So, you know, it's not giving like a god Pokemon. I mean, you could do that. You could give yourself a perfect Pokemon, but it is not doing that. So yeah, I was thinking about doing that, where I just take like Pokemon Red, and I just get 6 random Pokemon, and I have to beat the game with those random Pokemon using hardcore rules. Or maybe not like exact hardcore rules. Maybe not using the level cap, but maybe just using no items. Because really, no items breaks Pokemon games so quickly, you know? Being able to throw X attacks and X defenses on Pokemon whenever you want, really, it turns any Pokemon into like a powerhouse. So these ice swarms are really cool because they take damage, unlike the robots. The robots are really not easy to hit, or not easy to damage. You know what, I'm gonna put Nav out here to try to draw some enemies in. 7 damage. That's exactly what I wanted. I wanted both of them to come down. So, Nab getting hit is going to give my team some... it's going to give my healers some experience. I'll be able to move my offensive characters up to be able to get... Oh, a third one. This is getting a little much. You can stop coming down now. Okay, that guy stayed. I don't know what that thing is. Something claw. Oh, did I forget to put a lamp? Oh boy. Okay, he's good. Here comes another worm. Yeah, so when you're playing these kinds of games and you have a lot of units, especially ones with ranged abilities, you want to really think about like where you're putting them. Because for example, if like Diane can hit from three away, right? She can also hit from 2 away, so you could technically move her here and shoot this guy or this guy. However, that's not the best choice, because if I move her, for example, if I move her here to shoot one of these guys, and then later I want to move my, I want to move Tao up, she can move here, but she can't move here or here. So she's stuck, because if Diane wasn't here, Tao could come up and shoot off a spell. But now that I moved Diane here, that blocks that. So I put her here instead. Just in case. I don't think Tao can reach, but I put her there just in case. Yeah, generally speaking, putting characters at their maximum distance to attack is usually a very good thing to do. It doesn't always work out like that. Like when you're moving your entire army forward, it's typically better to move as far forward as you can so everyone can get the maximum movement. But see, now here's a decision I have to make. Technically here would be the best bet. 2, 3, 4, 5. But Henri can also technically hit from here. So if I move here. Also, I don't want to hit the full health one. I want to hit a weaker one. It's also usually a good bet to focus your attacks on one enemy. Or 2, or whatever you can get away with. Yeah, Val can get there, but she can't hit. If I can get Henri to move up there, she can hit with a spell. I am actually going to move here. Is it called Metal Claw? I'm attacking Bulbaroy. Oh my god. Killed in 1 hit. The actual heck. That is not good. That is really, really bad for me. Can Bolt reach? No, it's not. Rely on Freeze 4. It might kill. Yeah, Blaze 4 was killing things. I'm sure Freeze 4 would do it. I gotta keep Bulbaroy away from these jet things, man. He just does not have the defense to tank it. I forgot to change over the white ring also, and I should probably change the power ring from Amon to Bulbaroy while I'm using them. I might have possibly should have attacked the other jet. Because I don't think it's taken its turn yet. Or no, it did. It attacked Xylo. That's right. That's fine. Okay, Hans, don't die. So much damage. Maybe this game doesn't need a hard mode. It's like... Jesus Christ, dude. It's got 8. 6. I'm going to assume that May's going to take her turn first. especially because I think she has the agility ring. And she's gonna be able to get the kill on that guy. This is like a max damage. Yep, there we go. I do need to put on her freaking lance, though. Alright, we got defense 4, speed 1, HP 3. No attack. But defense is good. I like defense. Alright, Lo's gonna take care of Nab. Creates a little bit of space so I can have a healer move up. Hans gets the kill on the worm. I don't think this is going to fully heal. Not quite. So I can bring Gong up to heal too. I want to see if I want to keep Gong in the front so he can fight. And here we go, leading with the hero. Try and get some enemies to come forward. Steel Paw, that's what they're called. Oh man, Xylo needs healing. I hope Chris levels up and starts getting some damn MP, dude. I want her MP is way too low for a healer. Wait a minute. How far does this worm go? Movement 5. Oh, Steel Paw's moving out. I mean, I guess technically Lo also has really low HP or MP. His is about the same as Chris's. And the healers in this game really have low HP. It's kind of crazy. Oh, used Ice Breath? Hit me twice. Oh my god. I didn't realize the worms could do that. You know what I am gonna do though? I'm gonna send Hans and Diane to shoot those guys on the upper level. And damage is not bad. dead ice worm. Daily goes to 5, attack 3, defense 1, speed 4, HP 2. Okay. Not terrible. Cons now. Oh, attacking Mai. Is it Mai or May? Maybe May. Let's get that. Level 5. HP 4. Okay. Next HP. I'm not going to complain too much about that. It's not like a perfect thing that I want. Oh my god. All these things do not... They are not as tanky as I thought they were going to be. So May and Nab need healing. Man, is he gonna kill with this? Oh, just barely. Barely hung on. Xylo cannot hit anything here. So I need to be careful. Oh, yeah, if I put her there, she can act as a in-between. There we go. I need to be careful with that eye torch. Because if I use a unit that only has a range of 2, it can counterattack me. Because eye torches also have a range of 2. So I have to shoot them with my archers. Okay, here we go. Okay, it's dead. Plus he absorbs fire. Nobody here needs help. Okay, she's fine. Yeah, with Diane and Hans in this setup, of course Diane can get greedy. Alright. I was gonna say, with them in that setup, he can't hit me no matter what. Doesn't much matter because he's dead. Right. It's dead. I'm just gonna stay here. Gonna draw the ice worm deeper. Ah, see, that'll block him off. I want him to come in closer. Yeah. Ice breath or regular attack? Regular. At least it only hit one. That's good news. Dang, dude. Pele is wrecking shop. No, that's fine. So I know that I should play Intergrade, but I do have a year plus, because Revelation's not coming out until September of next year. So I technically could put off Intergrade and Rebirth and do something else. So I might start doing a Pokemon game. Maybe. Kind of want to pick up Dot Hack too. It's been such a long time since I played that game. And there's four games in that series, and it's like I already know I'm gonna get to game number 3 and I'm gonna not want to play anymore. I just know how I am. You know, if I put Xylo here to attack, he's gonna get hit by that Fortnite probably. I just want Xylo to get some experience. There we go. Attack 2, speed 4, no defense. Wow, no defense, no HP. So his survivability just did not go up at all. At all. Yep, that's what I thought. Oh, we went after May. Yeah, look at that. 18 damage. So those things might have higher attack, lower defense. The Torch Eyes probably have... I mean, their attack is also pretty high, but... they seem to have more defense than the Steel Claw does. Do that. And then... I get killed May. I hope. Attack 1, speed 2, it looks like an MP6? Or HP 6? Jesus Christ, man, she's got tons of HP. It's freaking stacked with HP. These guys are just not moving. They're not moving or schmoving. I should have moved meh. That was bad on my part. I should have moved meh. This is gonna be Chris's last spell. Defense 3, HP 2, MP 7. 7 MP is nice. Got 38 MP is nice. Alright, you know, I'm gonna put him in harm's way. Oh, double hit. Dang it. Attack 3, defense 1. Damage. And a shit level. Oh, that's nice. Thanks for the absolute garbage tier level. Really appreciate it. The problem with this is the torch I can attack, and the it's not gonna reach. Oh, I forgot that he can fly. That's right. Yeah. Oh my god, and a crit. Pele's probably dead. Let's just be real. He's not gonna live this and Ice Worm. Yeah, no. Oh, dang. Go, Xylo. Surprising me. The torch I went around. What even is this? I guess I could go here and get this kill. Is like, my HP is so high, I will never be one shot. Never ever. I gotta go here. I can shoot this. Damage. Okay. Chris doesn't have any more magic. Go and get this kill, please. Level up and get beefy. You're looking kind of skinny. No level. Got one more torch eye here. Causing trouble. Making a ruckus. Attacks May, that's an interesting choice. Character that has more HP than like almost everyone else combined. Yeah, I'm just doing this for experience. You know, if I did Pokemon, maybe I wouldn't do a random party challenge first. Maybe the first thing I do is just like full playthrough, how to catch everything, like where everything is and all that. It'd be like the fastest I can beat it, as fast as possible. Like really, not like a speed run. The speed runs are, you know, speed runs. That's their own thing. But like, how fast I can route through it. Maybe that's what I should do first. So Xylo definitely needs HP. Oh, here we go. Speed and a little bit of HP. Not the level I was looking for. I don't know what's wrong with my throat, man. Yeah, I guess May needs HP too, huh? Where's low? It's right down there. I guess I'll move them forward a little bit. Oh, that's fun. He didn't even get any MP or anything like that. No defense, no attack. I know in CD, I know Shining, because, okay, I bring up Shining Force CD a lot because that's the game I played. I never played Shining Force 1 or 2 that much. I never played it at all as a kid. I didn't start playing it until after I became an adult. And I've never beaten this game. I've gotten kind of far in this game, but I've never beaten it. I don't know if I've ever played much of 2 at all. And I'm in the middle of a Gaiden Part 3 playthrough for the Game Gear. I was playing it at work on my breaks, but I stopped because I started doing these videos. So I'm like halfway through that. When I was younger, the only game I really played was CD. I played it a lot. I annihilated book 1, 2, 3, and 4. The museum boss rush thing. On the hardest difficulty. Because, I mean, playing it on the hardest difficulty is really just doing what I'm doing here. Just grinding to 20, promoting grinding to 20. Because, like, I'd say maybe only the final battle is, like, really more difficult on the hardest difficulty. The only thing that happens is you need to grind your units to complete levels. Where in normal, you can just play. Try to get this chest. And May's fully healed. Xylo is fully healed. Diane is not. I want to know how close I have to get to trigger the wyverns. Yeah, man, today was crazy. I had to go to the local police station. It's a Valkyrie. I had to go to a local police station to check in. Like every month I have to go to the local police. Or no, not the local police. Every year I have to go to the police station. Every month I have to check in with the security guard who's stationed around where I live. Just to, check in. Make sure, hey, you're a foreigner? Do you live at your address still? You didn't move and didn't tell anyone? It's like, yeah, I'm still at the same place. And kind of like a wellness check to make sure I'm like not dead or sick. Today we had to go, my wife and I had to go to the police station to get our proof of residency check that we have to get every year to in order to get my visa. Okay, this is not good. I'm gonna shoot this wyvern with Diane. And then Chris does nothing. Xylo can do nothing. I'm gonna put Xylo here. Low does nothing. Hans can shoot this with him. Gong does nothing. Tao shoots off a blaze. Who is a higher level, Tao or Henri? Tao's a higher level. So Tao shoots off a blaze. Normal blaze too. Probably not going to do any damage. Okay. A little less than normal. Nab does nothing. Henri is going to shoot off Freeze 4. This should kill. Oh yeah. Extra damage from ice. Attack 1, defense 2, HP 6, bolt level 2. That's nice. Another shot from Diane. That's the wyvern to 5. And May probably kills. Level 6. Defense 4, speed 3, HP 2. Okay. They got a nice juicy defense boost too. Really, really nice. Oh, Chris. Get a little bit of experience. Oh no, Gong is out of MP. Never mind. Yeah, we are going to be grinding a bit. So yeah, I'm in the middle of trying to route the original Zelda's second quest, and it's rough because like when I sat down to do the first quest, I roughly had an idea of what I was doing because I'd beaten it before. It's like I played Zelda 1 when I was a kid, I never got very far because I didn't have the map. But I got the game as a hand-me-down from my uncle, and I guess he had the map up in his room on his wall or something, and he refused to give it to me. He's like, I'm not giving Sean that map. He's a kid. He's gonna like rip it or break it or lose it. And to be fair, I might have. I probably wouldn't have, but I might have. But either way, I never had the map for Zelda, so I never beat it as a kid. I only ever got to like the 3rd dungeon. Oh, you know what? This is a prime time to do all the stuff. Okay, so I have a double lance, which I'm not going to be able to use. So I'm going to give this to... I'm going to give it to Henri. And then I have the Valkyrie. I'm going to give that to Pele. And who had the thing? Is that right? Doomblade. Not going to use that. That's probably cursed as fuck. Oh, there we go. The white ring. Give the white ring to... Low's a lower level, so I guess I'll give it to Low. So powerful. Jesus. And it's probably got a range of 2. It looks like a spear. I forgot to give the power ring to Bulbaroy. Because Bulbaroy needs all the help he can get. Man, May's only level 6 promoted. She still has 14 more levels to go, and she's already got 56 HP. That's crazy. That is kind of nuts. Do I go straight ham with Bulbaroy? Because he dies in like one shot to those torch lights. So as Bulbaroy, do I just like fly up to the 2nd level and just go ham on an Ice Worm? Because he could do damage to an Ice Worm. And he might be able to live an Ice Breath. But he gets one shot by Torch Eyes. And if he gets one shot by Torch Eyes, he probably gets one shot by Steel Claws too. Probably. You know what I could do? Nah, I'm just gonna try it. I was going to cast Quick on Bulbaroy. Give him some more defense, but yeah, that's fine. Just make him go forward, press W. Really want to play Pokemon. Oh, that's not good. I didn't think the Steel Claw was going to come in. He's dead. Yeah, oh, you actually almost lived that. I don't know if a quick spell would actually help Bulbaroy too much. It might help him survive a single hit, but not like the Ice Worm would have gone next and killed him, even if he was quicked. Quicked. Yawned and my jaw snapped. My jaw popped, I should say. Snap sounds bad. Snap sounds like it broke. It did not break. It just popped. Oh, it didn't do anything. Okay, well, in that case, I'm going to attack it. So much damage. So much damage. Yeah, no one needs that right now. The only character that got hit died. You know, for not being super, like, terrain heavy, this map is really, really slow. I should probably go to the next map to grind. Let's go. Level 7 is defense 4, HP 3, and boost. There we go, she did get boost. Okay, I was correct about boost. Boost on Tau is really, really cool. That is going to really, really help some of my characters out. Oh, she does, yeah. Yeah, Bolt 2 now. Use the blade. I'm sure Freeze isn't going to do very much. Only 7 damage. The heck? I thought it was weak to fire. Fire! Okay, Zyla, get in there. Oh, double wolfing fist. Nice. Defense 2, HP 3. Alright, give him a little more survivability. That's nice. That's cool. Pele doesn't give a fuck. He's like, I got a Valkyrie spear. I dare you to come at me. Who needs help? None of these people. Man, my eyes are itchy. Alright. Ooh, Boost has a big range. Alright, I'm gonna give Boost to maybe Dong. Dong probably needs it the most, but Dong's not anywhere near the front. I'm gonna give it to Mei. 15-point increase. Oh my god, boost takes a lot of MP. Holy crap. Oh, double hit, that's not good. Yeah, I'm going full power. I'll say, uh-oh. Gonna hit Henri. Nope. Straight after Nab. Of course. Man, ever since the World Cup, man, I've been seeing all of these videos on YouTube of, like, people, Europeans being like, oh, America's amazing, America's so great. And it's really cool. It is really, really awesome to see people from another country experience a country for themselves and not just blindly listen to online rhetoric, right? Because and Americans are, you know, totally what's the word I'm looking for? Guilty of doing this too. Of just being like, oh yeah, I heard this place sucks because of X, Y, and Z, or oh, I saw on the news that, you know, there's people getting murdered in the streets in this country, or whatever. And while some of it might be true, I mean, you know, a lot of it is true because it's on the news. It's the hyper focus on the really negative stuff that really paints a bad picture overall for a country, or just any place in general, really. And that's what happened with America. Europeans are seeing the news of people, you know, stabbings and shootings and et cetera, et cetera. And then, like, the ICE riots and all that. And they're just like, it is a crazy, crazy, crazy time over there. And it's going to be awful. And then they get there and it's like, hey, it's not that bad. And apparently people have been, like, really super duper nice to them. And they're like, oh, Walmart's amazing, and, like, there's these, like, crazy gas stations and all that. It's like, yeah, sure, I get that, cool. But it's the exact same as, you know, people travel to pick a country, any country you want. Travel to France. You know, and then I don't know if France is a good example, but most other countries, as a tourist, you get the tourist experience. You know, you get to sleep in a nice hotel, and people are generally nice to you. You know, you see museums and parks and, you know, attractions and stuff like that. You don't have to be a lower class, you know, just above poverty line citizen living in that country, having to deal with the different systems that are in place. Maximum P6, nice. You know, you're not in the trenches, so to speak. You know, you're not living the life of a French person living in France, or an Indian person living in India, or a Thai person living in Thailand, you know? Defense 1, HP 2. So I find it honestly a little bit disingenuous when you're a European soccer fan makes a TikTok about how much they love America and how great it was and all that. And yeah, sure, cool. They had a really great experience. They're a tourist, which means that they have the money to travel, and they're traveling to a destination that's hosting the World Cup, that's trying to put its best foot forward. They are not an American citizen who can't afford to go to the doctor. Well, I'm just gonna like straight up give my experience, because I lived in I'm from the U.S. and I lived there until 2011, and I left. And since then, I've lived in Japan, and I've lived in the country I live in now, which I'm not gonna say which one it is. But I have been treated with more respect by coworkers, managers that are not U.S. citizens, that are not the same country as me. They're not my kinsmen, as you would say. They are, to me, foreign. You know, they're not from my country. Yet, for whatever reason, I get treated with much more respect. I get treated like an actual person. As opposed to the piece of garbage I was treated as in America. So, yeah, that was... I left the U.S. in 2011, before the world went to shit, apparently, you know, according to people nowadays. And, due to my experience living in the U.S., I will never go back, probably. Not unless I absolutely have to. So, what I find disingenuous is the TikToks made in response to the European fans praising how great and amazing America is and all that, and apologizing. And on the one hand, I think it's really cool that they're you know, apologizing and saying, hey, we had a bad negative image about America and it wasn't true. And they're right. America's amazing. America really is amazing. However, it is amazing for people who have the means to live the dream, essentially. It is not so amazing for people who struggle to get by. It's not like lower class. It's not like the lower class is living this fantastic lifestyle that, you know. What was it? It was a European fans going to Buc-ee's. Or no, one European guy was like, America's amazing. You can go to a Walmart and replicate your entire house from scratch. It's like, yeah, if you have the fucking money to do that. It's like, try being poor. Try being poor and having to, you know, in the span of a week, you get some kind of like rash on your skin. You drive over nails in 2 of your tires, and then you go and you pick up your paycheck for your minimum wage job, where your feminist boss has you working 35 hours a week, because if she worked 36 hours a week at the Circle K, then you'd qualify for full-time benefits, and she can't have that shit. So everyone on the schedule works 35 hours a week, except for the 2 female managers, the 2 female assistant managers, who are both stealing from the company, and everyone fucking knows it. But she won't fire them or get rid of them because she doesn't want men to get that job. And I know this sounds like, oh, you're just, you know, whatever. Yeah, it's a little different when after she vanishes and vacates the job without notice, then the assistant manager women who were, you know, there under her came out and they're like, oh yeah, no, she was totally doing that shit. They admitted to everyone that she used to talk to them all the time about it. She used to brag about how she was never going to let any of the men get promoted past cashier or whatever. And then I talked to my district manager, because the new manager, I was friends with her back before the old manager left, the feminist manager. And so when the new manager got in, she's like, oh yeah, no, I'll train you for assistant manager. That's cool. So I started doing my training, and then the district manager came down and was like, no, you cannot be district manager. Your old boss, before she fucking vanished, blacklisted like every man in the fucking store. So now every male worker who was working at the store at the time that when the old manager worked there, they were all blacklisted. And this is something my district manager told me to my face. He's like, you have been blacklisted by the old manager. As long as I am here, as long as the district manager is here, I cannot go past cashier, as well as any number of the other male employees that we had working there. Yeah, it was wild, man. To be traded to be. What do I want to say? I'm getting emotional about it. It's making me angry. To say that I was treated unfairly is an understatement. And it sucks because of that job I had, like, I was really cool with, like, everyone who worked there. All of the women who worked there were super cool. None of them were a problem, except for the manager. And I guess you could also kind of say that they were also a problem because they let the manager do that. They didn't say anything. But on the other hand, like, can you really blame them? They need to keep their jobs too, you know? They needed money. I'm not going to expect them to stick their neck out for me. So, that wasn't the problem. But I didn't blame any of them. They were all super cool. I was really cool with everyone I worked with, almost. And the ones I wasn't cool with were men. So, you know, fuck me, right? But yeah, I was, you know, that kind of thing is what happened to me. I developed a rash on my skin. There was like 1 week. So I got out of high school and I wanted to be an artist. So I went to a private college. I went to the Art Institute. My family has never had good money. The only people in my family who ever had like who had a decent livelihood were my grandparents, and that didn't last long. They had some very bad luck with their children. Not specifically my mother. My mother's always been independent, but my uncle, my aunt were like screw ups, real bad screw ups, and they needed. My uncle kind of had he had an excuse. He had some underlying illnesses. It doesn't excuse him being like a complete asshole sometimes, but you know, he did not have the best toolkit to take life on, you know. TAC 8. Oh my god. Speed 3, HP 2. There were times where you could tell he was really trying his hardest, and there were other times where you're like, you know, I get it, you have a thing, but that doesn't excuse you for treating other people like that. But anyway, the money didn't last long for my grandparents. And, TAC 1, HP 4. So, when I got out of high school and I wanted to go to college, I had to get cosigner. I had to get a cosigner, and my parents they didn't have a lot of money, but they had decent credit, and trying to remember. I'm pretty sure my mom co-signed for my sister's college. Which was fine because my mom had the best credit. Her credit was great, and she didn't have a lot of things tied to it. My dad's credit though was also good, but he had a lot of things on it. He had like a lot of things tied to it, like car payments and things like that. So his credit wasn't valued as highly as my mom's was, I think. At least when it came to like co-signing for my loans, my student loans. But I used his name anyway. And it was a mix of one. So I did a semester. I did a semester of school, and I had like a 3.6 or something like that. It wasn't like it wasn't like 4.0, you know, craziness. But it was solid. I had like a high 3 average, I think. And when I had gone into, because at the end of a semester, if you're on student loans, like I was on like, I guess I was on like a high risk or like a low qualifying student loan or something like that. So I had to check in after the semester to go over my finances again to make sure I qualified for the next round of student loans. And so it was a mix of a couple different things. First off, I stopped qualifying. So in between my first and second semester, I stopped qualifying for student loans. And they told me like, hey, you don't qualify anymore. You got to get a different cosigner and come back and get that person to co-sign for your next loan. And I was like, whoa, hold on a second. Because I'd been studying, and based on what I'd seen and what my professors had said, thank God for my professors, by the way, because they did not give us, the school itself screwed us over the loans. But the professors that I had were all very open and honest. And they made it absolutely clear that, like, being an artist making, like, a living wage was not what most people thought. And like the best one, I think I had a, what the hell was it called? Black and White Theory or something like this. It was a class dedicated to the concepts and theories of design with black and white. Only using black and white in like negative and positive space, things like that. So we did not work with any color in that class. And it was like essentially fully focused on the design aspect, like the concept of negative space and how it translates into pieces with color. And the perfect example is the assignment was to make a picture using only circles. And so I took a magazine, like an official art piece done for Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, I want to say. And I recreated it using circles, using only circles. And the morning of me turning the project in, I was looking at it and I'm like, man, something's like off about it. And like like an hour before class, I just ran up and added, like I'd found another picture. It might actually have been the original Final Fantasy VII cover logo with the meteor falling. I think it might have been that, but I took that and I made that out of circles and put that at the top right of the picture. And I ended up getting an A on it. And when I presented it, I was like, yeah, this is the piece, and I did this, and this was the source photo that I used. And he gave me an A. And I was like, I can't remember his name, but I talked to him. I was like, hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. I only added this top thing in the top right over here an hour before class because something looked odd about the picture. Something looked off. And he put his hand over his eye and he like covered part of it. He's like, oh yeah, if you didn't put that there, I'd have given you a D. He's like and that was like the class, like being able to spot like something that looks an imbalance and, you know, fixing it. So he was the one who actually told me that, because before he started teaching, he was a freelance artist. Ooh, defense 7, speed 6, MP 6. That's great. And he basically told me like, yeah, he just had a portfolio full of like hats and shit. He's like, here's my portfolio. It's like JPEG after JPEG after JPEG of just like hats and sharks and footballs and breeze, like wind patterns and stuff like that. And he's just like, yeah, everything's cookie cutter, saved in these folders. And like after talking to him, I was like, I don't know if I want to be an artist. Like if this is what I have to do to make ends meet, I don't know if that's for me or not. So I decided not to be an artist and I dropped out. But I mean that was like the personal motivator, but then also I'd seen I don't know if because I never went to like a basic college in the US. I don't know if it's normal the way they did the loans, but I did not feel right with them being like, okay, you qualify for loans, you know, welcome to school. And then for the next semester for them to be like, you don't qualify for loans anymore, even though nothing changed. The only thing that changed was the school. The school like up and changed their like the requirements they needed to loan out money. And then suddenly now I had this like student loan debt that I had to pay back. But they're telling me I can't qualify for the next loan, so I can't finish school. I had to find someone else to sign for me. And it was like, my grandmother couldn't do it. Her credit wasn't good enough. Eventually, I think one of my parents' friends offered to co-sign for my loan, and I told him no. I was like, no, you're not even part of my family. You're not even blood related to me, and you're putting your neck out for me. I really appreciate that. I can't have you signing my loan. And I was like, if this happened after my first semester, what happens next semester? Are they going to say no, his loan, his finances aren't good enough either now? Now you got to get a third cosigner? So you have to take out a third loan with a third person? It's like, when does the madness end? So I didn't. I told everyone, I was like, I can't keep going to this college because this is like a slippery slope, and it's going to do is snowball. So I quit after one semester, and I ended up getting a huge amount of debt. By the time I was able to start paying it back, it was almost at $20,000, I think. It was a crazy amount of money for a single semester, but that's what happens when you get accepted into a fucking private institution. Yeah, and this was back in like 2008 or something like that. So yeah, I ended up with a ton of debt. And then, so I was really stupid about it. I had the debt, and I had spent roughly 5 years, 5 or 6 years paying it off. Paying them like just above. I paid the minimum, rounded up to the nearest dollar. Every month without fail, because I had work. I never lost my job. I never got fired. I was able to hold that job, that Circle K job with the feminist boss. I was able to hold that job for about 4 years, and then no, for 3 years, and then I went to college, came back, and I held it for like another 2 years or 3 years after that. And then after that job, I got another job at a 7-Eleven, working with my sister's boyfriend, and I had that job for about a year. So I was able to consistently pay off that student loan for several years, and it made my credit really, really good. But the problem happened, the mistake that I made was that that was the time where I met my wife, and I was planning on going to Japan. Just for visiting. But I knew that, if things progressed, then I would be able to extend my, I'd be able to extend my my visa and potentially stay there longer, and I didn't know when I was going to come back. So I went to Japan, and I'd been open and honest with my wife. I told her I had loans, I had debt. But it's that pesky language barrier, man. That pesky language barrier. Because I ended up staying, and after about a year and a half, I'd say about a year and a half, maybe 2 years, I started getting phone calls. Lena's, my wife's, we lived with her mother and father, so her parents' house started getting phone calls from debt collectors in the U.S. Asking about me. Because once I moved to Japan, I was like, okay, I'm visiting. I'm not going to pay my loans while I'm visiting, because I'd have to, like, at the time I didn't even know how I would pay my loans from Japan. But then after I ended up living there, I was like, well, I don't know how I'm supposed to pay my loans, because I'd never done anything like that before. So I just didn't. I just did not pay them. I ignored them for about almost 2 years. And then my parents started getting mad at me. They're like, we're having debt collectors breathing down, your father's neck because he co-signed on my loan. I was like, oh shit. Because at first I was like, I'm probably never going back to the U.S. I don't care, really. But then when they said that my dad was getting harassed, I was like, okay, I can't in good conscience let my dad take this kind of abuse, This is my fault. So from that time, I remember I told my wife, I was like, yeah, remember when I told you I had debt? And she's like, yeah, well, now they're calling, those guys calling the house for me, that's your house for me, that's them, they're trying to get the money back. And she's like, money? What do you mean money? And I was like, I took out student loans, I went to college, remember I told you this, like, I have debt. She's like, yeah, I know you have debt. What is this about money? It was just like this, us looking at each other confused, and she had thought debt meant something else. She didn't realize debt meant that I owed money. And she's like, she was so mad. She was like, I cannot believe I've been married to you for a year, and I didn't know you had this thing. And I was like, I told you about it. You said you understood what I was saying, so I assumed that you knew what I meant. He's like, yeah, well, I didn't. I thought debt was a different word. And so then I started paying it from Japan. And you know, I will give you some advice if you've got some student loans. Haggling is a thing. Haggling is absolutely a thing you can do. Don't be afraid to talk with the person you're trying to get your loans dealt with and trying to figure out a way that they can get their money more quickly if it benefits you. And I'll give you an example of what I did. So I was done with these fucking loans. First off. Let me switch over the power ring that's on Amon. Let's give it to Valparoi. So after years, I'm talking like a decade of paying this freaking loan off, I was up to my neck in irritation, I guess. Because it wasn't just paying back a loan. Because what had happened was they took my loan and they sold my loan. They cut it in half, not evenly. They cut it into like a third and 2/3 of what was left, because I'd been paying it off for years. But it was still at like 12,000 or something like that. So when they split it into like 2,000, 10,000, something like that. So both loans were, so my one loan had suddenly turned into two loans I was paying to two separate entities, both accruing separate interest. And I don't know how that was legal. I'm assuming it was legal. I don't know. I don't know enough about financial stuff to really know if that's a legal practice that was performed. I'm assuming it was, because it was the original owners of my loan were a private institute, and I'm assuming they can pretty much do whatever the fuck they want with the stuff they own. So, which includes charging unwitting students with terrible financial status to $20,000 for a semester of school, which is crazy. But I was like fed up, and at this point, I'd been in Japan. I'd been paying that loan since I was 22-ish. So for about 10 years, I was paying for that loan. About six to 7 of those years, I was in Japan, sending money orders out. In that time frame, I had managed to pay off the smaller loan completely. It was paid off. I had paid that off, and it was done for like years at this point. That fucking 10,000 loan though, that bitch was down to like, I think I just got it into the 1,000 range. No. It was higher than that. Or I paid off more than that. It was like 1,200. I think it was like 12 or 1,300. It was just getting down to triple digits. Almost there. And everything kind of happened at once. It was actually kind of lucky on my part, because I was paying the absolute bare minimum on these loans, because now I was paying with money orders, which cost money to make. So where I was paying a little above the bare minimum before, I started just paying the bare minimum because of the money order charges. And I guess after a couple of years of doing that, the company who owned my big loan was getting fed up with collecting, like, because as you pay the loan, it gets smaller, and the minimum you have to pay gets smaller. Or at least that's how mine was. So I was at a point where I was like buying a money order and paying like $32 a month. $32.11 $32.11 or whatever. And I guess the company was getting pissed off at having to process my money orders every month for $30, or like I think it could have been as low as $27, something like that. And they called me up. Mr. Lee, where are you? Like, I'm in Japan. Same as always, I live here. Mr. Lee, please, you can't, you gotta stop paying the minimum amount. Just pay like $100 every month and it's gone. It's like, I can't do that. I can't afford it. Mr. Lee, you have to pay more. You can't pay the minimum. And I told him, I was like, that minimum is printed on your fucking receipts and invoices and shit. Like, that's the money I'm paying. Period. If you want me to pay more, change it to make it pay more. And then see if it's legal. I told him, I was like, it doesn't sound legal to me. So I'm assuming what you have on your paper is what's legal. So deal with it. Tough nuts. That's how much I'm paying every month because I have to pay for other shit. And they were trying to bully me. They were trying to intimidate me into paying more money every month. And I just said no. If I am not a confrontational person. I try very, very hard to not cause conflict. So if I had been in a different situation, I probably would have just put my hands up in defeat and been like, okay, yeah, I'll pay extra. Don't worry about that. I'll get it paid. Just don't do anything crazy. But you know, at the time, my wife was already so mad that I had to pay those things every month. So 4 HP's not bad. So I was at a point where I was like, I can't actually afford, like, I could have probably afforded to pay a little bit more, not 100, but if I was doing that, man, my wife would have been even more mad. So I was like, fuck you, dude. I'm not pissing off my wife to make a debt collector happy. But around that same time, I was working that really crazy job in the factory at that time. And there we go. 12 points. Yes, level up. Attack 3, speed 3, HP 2. Okay, no defense, but the attack one. And it was rough in Japan, man. It was really, really rough in Japan. There were some personal things going on between. There were some personal things going on with mine and my wife's life that had to do with money, that had to do mostly with her and not me. I'm not trying to sling blame or anything like that, but it is the truth. We were struggling financially, not because I wasn't making enough money, because I was working like fucking 60 hours a week, making almost double the minimum wage. But we were struggling because of mismanaged money. I'll just put it that way. And I think that was the big driving factor. Even though my wife did say, like, hey, I miss my family in this other country, because she's actually half Japanese and half another nationality. So she's like, why don't you, would you be cool with us moving to the other country? It'll be much cheaper to live there. And I really miss my family. And I think that was part of it, but I think the other big part of it was she was trying to stop the bad thing that was happening currently. And I was like, if he gets us out of this hell, sure. Like, this is this is not sustainable. We're gonna grow old together, and we're gonna be poor as fuck, and we're gonna die in like a homeless shelter or something. So yeah, we decided to leave Japan to come to where we are now, to be around her family and to get away from that other nonsense. So we were like we're making plans to get ready to go, and I'm like, man, I still got this like $1,000 loan that I can't get rid of. I don't know what I'm gonna do. In this new country we're going to, I don't even know if I can pay this loan. But I got a call from the debt collector again. That like final month. And I swear to God, he made me so mad. Because I was used to the people from the debt collecting agency or whatever place had my loan. I was used to them trying to bully me into paying more money. This motherfucker called me up, and he was like borderline threatening me. He was like, "You had better start paying this loan." Like, not you had better start paying this loan. He's like, "We don't want to collect the money from you anymore. You need to pay this loan now. Pay the $1,000 now. Just give it to me, and we could finish with this nonsense, and we never have to look at this loan again." And honestly, like, because we were prepping and planning to move, to do like a permanent move to another country, we had been selling off all the shit that we weren't going to take with us. So we easily had the $1,000 in our bank account, in our savings. But you know, that money was going to be used for the first couple of months when I was like getting situated and getting a job and all that. Because we had a job lined up for me. But you know, the first couple of months we had to buy things and live before I got my first paycheck, which comes a month after I start working. And so you know, the guy pissed me off right from the get-go. Just made me mad. And I don't know what drove me or how I thought about this, but I was just like, no. Fuck you, dude. I wasn't even like thinking. I just said it. I was like, no, I don't have that money. I don't have that money. I don't have $1,000 to give you right now. It's like, if I had that money, I would have paid off the loan 5 months ago. You know, which was a complete lie. But you know, according to him, according to the company that was collecting on my loan, they didn't know that, because I'd been telling them the entire time, which this was the truth, you know, originally was the truth. I could not afford to pay more than the minimum, which is true. In this instant, during this phone call, I had the money to pay the $1,000 back, but they didn't know that. All I told them was like, because the guy pissed me off when he started talking to me, I just told him like, fuck you, I don't have the money. You know, you can go suck a big fat cock. And he's like, he there's like a pause, and I could hear him breathing on the other end. And he's just like, how much money do you have? How much money can you afford to give me? And I'm like, dude, I don't know. Like, I'd have to open my bank account and check it out. And if I'm being honest, we're actually moving. We're moving to another country. That's what we're doing right now. And the amount of like exasperated, just full on bewildered defeat in this man. It was so funny. I almost laughed on the phone when he was like, no. He was like, no, you can't be serious. Because he's like, if this person moves, I'm never getting this loan settled. So when I told him that I was moving, he's just like, just check your bank account. Give me something. Give me a chunk of money for this godforsaken loan. And I was like, okay, hold on, give me a second. I gotta go to my computer because I'm talking to you on my phone. I can't check my bank account on my phone. I gotta go to my PC. So I go to my computer and I just start slapping the keyboard. It's not even on. And I tell this guy, I'm like, it says here I've got $623 on my account. And he's like, you just send a money order for the 623 and we'll call it even. And I was like, I can't do that, bro. I can't do the 623. I gotta eat this month. I got rent to pay. I got some of my bills squared away, but I can't do 600. And I'm like looking at him like, I can do 5. I can maybe do 5. I can do 500. And he's like, 5's really low. That's really low, man. I don't know. I can't accept 5. I'm like, that's all I got, man. If I do 6, I can't eat. And he just like, I think I could hear his hands slapping against his thighs, like in defeat. And he's just like, fuck it, 500's fine. Just send a money order for 500 flat, and I'll send you a notice saying that your debt's been settled. And I was like, are you, like, you're not fucking with me right now? Are you serious? You'll do that for me? He's like, it's the 500. The 1,000's not important. We just gotta settle this loan. Like, we'll eat the 500 if you just settle the loan. It's much better for us. And I'm like, okay, I'll do that for you. I will have that sent next week when I get paid. Next week when I get my next paycheck and I set all my bills and stuff, I will send you a money order for 500 on whatever day number it was that I get paid. And that was it. And that's how I settled my loan and saved $500. And you know, and this brings me back to the original point of where I got sidetracked from, is the European folks, super nice. I'm so happy they had a great time in America visiting. They have enough money to spend to go on vacation. They're not poor. I'm assuming. I don't want to assume they're not poor. Maybe they somehow scrounged enough money together to fly to America and watch the World Cup. But I'm assuming the people who came to visit have money and they're not lower class, people. And I have no problem with them. What I have the problem with is all of the fucking middle class MFers who made responses to the European fans, praising Americans, saying, "Oh, we were wrong about you, and we apologize," and all this stuff. Then you have all these fucking red-blooded middle-class Americans. God bless the USA, greatest country in God's green earth. And I will say America has a lot of great stuff going for it. There are a lot of privileges that everyone, including the lower class, experiences in the USA. And I don't think the USA is even a fraction as bad as what people online make it out to be, saying it's like Nazi Germany and all that shit. That's just ridiculous. That's just ludicrous. But to sit there on TikTok in your fucking $1 million house with your $150 sunglasses sitting on your deck in a neighborhood that 80% of the country can't even imagine living in, and just sit there and be like, oh yeah, we take this for granted. People on TikTok take this country for granted, and we live in this paradise, and we should be thankful for what we have. And it's like, okay, yeah, you can be thankful for what you have. When I lived there, I had a single week where I got a rash on my skin. I ran over 2 tires in my front yard because my dad worked at construction. I ran over nails in 2 of my car's tires. And then I had to decide if I was going to pay rent, buy new tires for my car, start walking to work. I didn't have a bicycle. Go out and buy a bicycle. If I could afford, if I could find like a used bike for like $40 or something like that. Or go to the doctor for my skin rash. And going to the doctor wasn't even an option because I would have had to pay like hundreds of dollars for a diagnosis. You know, for him to look at me and tell me what's wrong with me. And that doesn't even count. Okay, so with that, I went on the internet and I looked up my symptoms, and I made a very low educated guess about what my illness was. And then I looked up how much money it would have cost for me to go into a doctor without any insurance, because I couldn't afford insurance. I didn't make enough money to buy insurance. God forbid. The only insurance I had was car insurance. And that shit was like $300 a month. Which literally broke my bank. Remember, I was working at a convenience store 35 hours a week because the manager wouldn't, refuse to... What is this? Oh, they have lasers too? Okay, that's new. Yeah, so I did not have a lot of money. $300 a month was almost half my paycheck. Or $300... Yeah. No. I'm sorry. $300 I was making... No, that's right, because I got paid weekly. A month of pay was about $800 for me. So... that 300 and something dollar car insurance, and then like a 200 something dollar student loan was that, and then rent. Like I was living at my mom's house, I was paying her rent. It destroyed me. I had no hope of paying anything. I did my budget, and I figured if I didn't buy any food for the rest of the month, if I only paid bills and bought gas, I could afford to get new tires at the tire shop down the road, because I lived in a really like rural countryside area, and there were like mom and pop places everywhere, and there was a mom and pop tire shop. They like specifically did tires. They would also like they would do your oil and stuff like that, and wash your car, but they mostly did tires. So I was able to get a pair of like slightly worn tires from them for pretty cheap. So that's what I did, because there's no way in hell I would have been able to afford the doctor. I looked up the rate for just a checkup to see what was wrong with me, and it's like that alone was too much. And then I looked up the going price for the medication that I would need to fix the problem that I think that I had, because I had to go online to see what I thought I had. And I'm not one of those people who WebMDs like everything and treats it like it's a doctor's diagnosis. I was very careful, and I was like, I think it might be one of these 3 things. And then I just took the one that I thought was like the most possible, because there was an A variation and a B variation of the rash. And I looked up the price for the medication, and a single bottle of that medication was like hundreds of dollars. It was like $400 for a bottle or some shit. And I had to have a prescription from a doctor to get it. So I was like, this rash is just a part of me now. I will never get rid of this rash. I will live with it forever. Luckily, though, I went back online and took a second look and figured out that that medication, the specific, like the exact medication that I was looking at online that was $400 or $500, was sold over the counter in New Zealand for like $12. So I just ordered a bottle of that from New Zealand. I mean, I didn't just order. I looked online to see if there were any like negative side effects. You know, just in case if I put it on and it wasn't the right one, that it wouldn't like melt my skin or give me cancer or something like that. And there wasn't anything like there weren't any like serious side effects other than like you ingesting it or something. You know, then there'd be problems. But so I ordered the bottle for the A variation, used it, it didn't work, and then I bought a bottle for the B variation, which was like the same price, and it did work. It cleared it up. So I was successfully fixed my own problem thanks to New Zealand and the internet. Yeah. So for a fraction of the price that it would have cost me to go to the doctor and get a prescription filled out for that one bottle of medicine, I was able to buy 2 different bottles of medicine and try them both out and fix my illness by myself. Which, if you have the money to go to a doctor, I do not suggest self-diagnosis and then buying medicine from New Zealand. But you know, if you're poor and that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do. And so that's the America that I lived in. Being discriminated against. How much does Chris move? 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 1. So he can move to low. Yeah, being discriminated against at work. Not only being discriminated against at work, but also having to serve customers that were incredibly dangerous. Because where I lived, we lived in bumfuck nowhere. I lived in Plant City, Florida, and meth was everywhere. Everybody did meth where I lived. I mean, you know, that's an exaggeration. It wasn't every single person, but you know, you can tell the people that do drugs and the people who don't. You can tell them apart. And the drug of choice around the area where I lived, other than weed, was meth. And so there were meth heads all over the place. And they didn't just do meth. They also sometimes did other things like coke or crack or whatever. And you would know this because they would come up to you and tell you, I'm high on coke right now. I had a guy. There was a guy who always came into my store. His name was Jimmy. He was a scrap hauler or whatever, which basically meant he just drove around to people's houses and asked them if he could haul scrap to a scrapyard for them, and then he'd just keep the money. Like, because hauling scrap is a pain in the ass. So he would be like, hey, you don't haul that scrap, I'll haul the scrap for you. And I'll just keep whatever money the scrapyard pays me. He was also a huge meth head, and who also partook in other drugs occasionally. And one day he came into my store and he was just like, hey, I'm high on coke. Don't tell anyone. If anyone finds out I'm high on coke, I know you told them. I'll kill you. And I'm like, okay, Jimmy, I won't tell anyone you're high on coke. Like, good man. He walked away. Turn around to see, to like look at him while he's just walking down the storefront. First thing he does, he stops the person I'm working with. I can't remember who it is right now. I think it was probably a guy named Reason. Reason, I'm high on coke. Don't tell anyone. It's like, God damn, dude, he's telling everybody. That is unfortunate. I didn't think that that enemy would get his turn so quickly. But yeah, that's, you know, that was Jimmy. Threatening my life if I told people he was high on coke. Thinking that I was the only person he told. And, you know, that was great. I thought maybe by the end of the shift, he was gonna talk to someone who he had previously told he was high on coke about, and they were gonna say something to him, and he's gonna be like, "Oh, that fucker Sean told him I was high on coke. Time to go kill him." I was, yeah, can't call the cops on him. People called the cops on Jimmy, and nothing ever happened because Plant City had one cop, and Jimmy was Jimmy. Everyone knew Jimmy. So I was like, yeah, that's Jimmy. He's just like that. That's how he is. So if anyone's never lived in a small town, it's very much like that. It's like, oh, he's drunk. He's driving drunk. Well, he didn't hit anyone, did he? No. No. That's Joe Bob. He drives drunk sometimes. Just call me if you hit someone. Cool. Thanks. And like everyone's fucking like that. There was a guy, I can't remember the dude's name, but he was completely bald. He had an eye tattooed on the back of his head. He caused all kinds of trouble. He used to like wreck his motorcycle and come in bleeding, and he'd call, be like, "Oh, you need me to call you an ambulance?" Nah, don't worry about it. Oh, I just wrecked my motorcycle. It was awesome. Also, he was not only a meth head, but he also dealt. So he would occasionally get into fights outside of our store, and he'd break bottles and attack people and stuff like that. He never attacked like innocent people. He only fucked with the people he dealt with. And, you know, people he would be like, "Oh, you try to cheat me out of money. You try to give me a bad deal or whatever," and break a bottle and chase a guy down the street. Yeah, that's the America that I lived in. So when I see these rich, and I, you know, they're middle class. I call them rich because they were definitely rich compared to me. When I see those fucks online talking, and I know they're not talking to me. I get it. They're not talking to me specifically, but they're making a public announcement, and I'm part of the public. I'm American. And to be talked down to by these people, their smug asshole faces, sniffing their own farts because a bunch of Europeans came over and said how great America was. So they all go online and have a big circle jerk. And then they talk down to normal people about how ungrateful we are for living in God's perfect land. It's like, yeah, you can be proud. That's fine. You can be proud to be proud of your country. I've said it once. I'll say it again. I'll say it until it's not true. The freedom of speech and all the rights and the benefits you get as being a citizen of that country is great, and it is rare. It is not something most countries can brag about. But don't sit there and pretend like it's fucking paradise. Okay? You know, housewife number 5. Have your husband work minimum wage for a while. You know, live paycheck to paycheck. Instead of buying the fucking brand name bottle of water, you get to drink water from the tap. While you buy groceries for the week and you come home with 7 cans of the cheapest mixed vegetable whatevers you could find, and that's your vegetable dish for your 7 nights of the week because you can't afford to go out to eat. Going out to eat's too expensive, and you don't count McDonald's as going out to eat because it's shit for you. So instead you say, "Oh, I'm going to stay home and cook," and staying home and cooking is like buying a bag of salad, and then you eat a third of it one day, a third of it the next day, and a third of it the other day. And as toppings for your salad, you get a bottle of dressing, and that's like your expensive purchase. And then what you do is, instead of croutons, you buy bread for sandwiches for lunch, and you take out the end piece and rip it up into little pieces and throw it in your salad for croutons. And then you fucking take deli meat and rip that in the shreds and throw that into the... Because you're making sandwiches, so you got cheese, you got meat, and you got bread. Take a piece of bread, rip it up, throw it in the salad. Take a piece of the meat, rip that up, throw it in the salad. Take a piece of the cheese, processed American cheese, rip that up, throw that in the salad. That's your chef salad, your dinner for the day. And you eat that for 3 days, because one bag of salad, you can eat a third of that and be fine. And then on the other days, you get a can of carrots, like 57 cents. And for meat, you'll have a can of Chef Boyardee raviolis, because they have the meat in them. You don't get the SpaghettiOs or anything like that, because it tastes good, but the raviolis have meat. So you get a can of ravioli, Chef Boyardee, can of carrots, and then you eat a piece of the bread from the loaf of bread that you bought, or the 2 loaves of bread that you bought. Because one loaf is for sandwiches, the other loaf is for general bread eating. Like when you need a snack, and your snack is mayonnaise and mustard on a slice of bread, because that's what you've got. Or your snack is mustard on cheese on bread, because the cheese has, one pack of cheese has a bunch of slices. Way more than the meat, so you run out of the meat really fast. But the cheese will last a while, so you eat it as a snack. You put mustard on cheese and put the cheese on a piece of bread. If you have any bread left. If not, you just roll the cheese into a roll with the mustard in the middle and eat it that way. But that's a little tough. I always had trouble eating that. And you never bought fruit. Too expensive. Too expensive for what you got. So you would get you'd buy a bunch of bananas, right? And I mean, I was a little picky when it came to certain foods, like fruit. I can't eat old fruit, so I never bought fresh fruit, because I would buy a bunch of bananas, and then they would just go bad. Like half of them would go bad, because I'm not going to sit there and eat 5 bananas in a day. That's a waste. I only needed 1 banana, so I would eat 1 banana every day, and then half of them would go bad. I mean, they would get black spots. I'd give them to people who wanted to eat them. I wouldn't throw them away. But I couldn't. As soon as they started getting black spots, I couldn't eat them. So I basically never bought fruit when I was living on my own. You know what? I'm going to put Nab there to try to draw the wyverns out. So I'm level 9. Do I still get full 48 experience for these skills? I do. This is crazy. I get so much experience for these skills. I think I'm just going to beat this level, because this level is super duper long. It takes way too much time traveling through all these levels of castle. Yeah, and actually, now that I think about it, even before being an adult, I'm talking this was when I lived in Tampa. So I'm talking a city. I lived in Tampa. That's where I grew up before I hit teenage. As a kid, I grew up in Tampa. And I vividly remember I lived in an okay neighborhood, because my grandmother, my grandparents had okay money, but my mom was really proud, so she refused to ask for help unless she desperately needed it. So my grandmother had a like my grandmother lived in like a normal house. It was like 2 stories and had a swimming pool. And then my house was on the same property because my grandmother owned property that went from like, it was like the whole block. She owned like all the property on like a block. And so she had like a smaller house made at some point that was supposed to be rented out to people. I guess she was planning on renting it. Or no, it wasn't made. What had happened was she bought the property and she bought both houses. They were both already on there. One house was nice, one house was like a piece of crap. Like a tiny house, like dilapidated. And so instead of having it torn down, she was like, I'll just rent this house out to people. So yeah, because I always thought it was weird when I was a kid that my grandmother lived in like a nicer house, and how everyone around me lived in like decent houses, but my house was like really tiny and broken down. And that was the reason why, because I guess before the area had become more affluent, I guess is how it's pronounced. It was like a poorer area. And like the specific section where my grandmother lived, like everyone around there had more money, so they started tearing down the old poor houses and building better ones. And like I guess the one that my mom and I lived in, and my sister and my dad, was like left over from that time, I guess. I don't know. But either way, I remember that being really weird. How everyone on like the nearby streets had houses like my grandma, but like only I had the craft house. But the other thing I found weird was like I would go a couple streets down to like my aunt's house, my great aunt's house, and her house was boring as fuck. Like she had a VCR. Oh, it was a demon rod. Okay. Attack 2, defense 5, speed 3, HP 4. Very nice level. So she had a VCR and like Winnie the Pooh, Brave Little Toaster, Cinderella, Snow White. Who's this? Must start Dark Soul. Don't worry about us. Get Dark Soul before it's too late. Maybe you are strong enough to skip where we failed. Oh, so is that like the previous Shining Force that came to fight? He will rule the world. Now the time to end your meddling is here. No, it cannot be. Oh, it's Cain. My bestie. Arg. Shit. Did he kill Cain? Oh shit. Go to Matafa. Cain dies! I mean, I could just go to a priest and revive him, right? Okay. Okay, I already opened that chest. So yeah, I always thought that was weird that, like, okay, so I would go to my great aunt's house. It was just like 2 streets down from mine. Still, you know, still nice houses. And because her house was like super duper boring, all she had was like older Disney movies and no TV, no cable or anything like that. So like my family past my mom's generation, so like the older generations, super Roman Catholic, devout Catholic. So you know, they they had their Bible study. You know, they prayed and they went to church. And then my great aunt had her soapies. She'd watch soap operas on public TV, the public channels or whatever. No cable needed. Too much bad stuff on that. So whenever I'd have to go over there on like summer break and stuff like that, I would draw and watch the same Disney movies like over and over and over again. And there were times where I was like, hey, can I go to the park? Because I knew where the park was. The park was a couple streets down from her house, further away from my house. So I'd go down a couple streets to get to her house from my house, and then a couple streets after that, there was a park. And I would ask her, like, hey, I want to go to the park. And, like, my mom, my great aunt, my great uncle, my great great aunt, my great great uncle, they would always tell me, never, ever, ever go to that park. You are not allowed to go there. Never go there. And I found out later is because it's where all the drug dealers hung out. So, apparently, when the area where my family was occupying and where all the nice houses had been built, the larger area was mostly poor. That area got better, but the area next to the park didn't. So that's where there were still a lot of rundown, lower class housing there. And apparently there was a bunch of drugs and stuff that I was just not allowed to go near there. So, yep, that's the America that I remember. So, yeah, it's kind of like a weird mix of, yeah, the TikToks are true. It's true. There are a lot of great things. America is amazing, but not in the way you think. Not exactly how you say it. Anyway, I blabbed this entire video. Oh my god, about just whatever. Anyway, I'm gonna end the video now.